So good afternoon, my name is Mark Vardy. Welcome to Court Central here at this 5th Sand Series event of the season, coming to you from the beautiful coastal resort of Matosinhos in northern Portugal. Conditions, as you can see, very good indeed. Gentle breeze coming in from the southwest approaches, temperatures into the low 20 Celsius, perfect for some beach tennis. As for our action today, here on Court Central, we have three-quarter finals to look forward to, starting with an all-Italian clash between the top seeds Giulia Gasperi and Nini Valentini as they face Sofia Cimatti and Greta Giusti. And incidentally, tomorrow from 10 a.m. local time, we will have a couple of semi-finals and then both the men's and the women's finals as well. So plenty to whip. Match of the day. Good. Thank you, Meadow. Excellent. Thank you. I shall stop and save my voice.
histórias da vida da Camila.
Sabe que a
Dava
Marília
um
diz um
livro.
negócio,
Dava um livro, né?
a Marília diz assim um negócio, sabe que assim, a Camila sempre tá
Vai ver ali jogo no 3, estou aqui para jogar. É um jogo que está bem atrasado.
Tem que parar aqui. Temos que parar aqui.
Mas eu queria te falar, viu, chefe? Porque senão daqui a pouco também você vai fazer já.
Termina mais um encontro no quadro masculino. Alessandro Calbucci e Marco Garavini, de Itália, derrotaram no super tie-break Nikita Burkamin e Carlos Vigon por 4-6, 6-3 e 10-7. No corte número 3, Fabrício Neis e Alain Oliveira venceram Marcelo Rec e Gustavo Russo por 6-4, 3-6 e 11-9. No campo número 12, André Baran e Philippe Lorre superaram Satoshi Goda do Japão e o porto-riquenho Fernando Ramírez por 6-2 e 6-1. No corte número 11, Nicole Nobile e Júlia Nogueira, do Brasil, derrotaram Iveta Druteikaite, da Lituânia, e Alice Lapenha, de Itália, por 6-2 e 6-3. Já a seguir, no corte número 3, não percam Nicolas Gianotti, de França, e Mattias Poto, de Itália, a defrontarem os italianos Dario Jublin e Andrea Veronesi. começar no corte central o primeiro encontro dos quartos de final femininos, com duas duplas italianas, Gaspari e Valentini, a defrontarem Cimati e Giusti. Neste momento no corte número 2, no corte número 3, Nicolas Gianotti e Mattias Poto vencem por 5-2 no primeiro set. Dario Giublini e Andrea Veronesi. No corte número 2, quase a começar, encontro dos quartos finais femininos, Verónica Casadei de Itália e Ariadna Costa Agrael de Espanha, contra Elisabetta Kudinova e Anastácia Semenova. E no corte central, mais um duelo dos quartos de final femininos, com 4 italianas, Giulia Gaspari e Mili Valentini, a defrontarem Sofia Cimati e Greta Giusti.
Good afternoon then. There you would have heard the introduction from the MC here. My name is Mark Valdi. Welcome to Court Central at this 5th Sand Series event of the season. Coming to you from the beautiful coastal resort of Matosinhos in northern Portugal. Conditions very good today. Gentle breeze just coming in from the southwest approaches. Temperatures into the low 20s Celsius. And as for our action today here on Court Central, we have 3 quarter-finals to look forward to. A couple of women's quarter-finals and the men's quarter-finals to come. We start with the women's clash between the top seeds Giulia Gaspari and Nini Valentini, up against fellow Italians Sofia Cimati and Greta Giusti. Cimati and Giusti, incidentally, the 6th seeds here this weekend. And once we are all done and dusted today, tomorrow, just to let you know, it is semi-finals and both finals to look forward to. So there is plenty of action here to come from Matosinhos, this wonderful venue. What is a wonderful tour, this Sand Series tour. It has been such a joy to watch, hasn't it? All season long. And still a few more events to come this year as well after this, culminating in the finals themselves over in Brazil at the end of November into December. Incidentally, Gaspari and Valentini, defending champions there. They've won pretty much everything this season in the Sand Series events. The stumbling block, surprisingly, down at Brasilia a few weeks ago. Lost in the semi-finals to Billie and Nogueira. And those two actually are in action in our second match today. Billie and Nogueira up against Patricia Diaz and Rafaela Miller. So that is what's to come this afternoon. And the players just finishing the warm-ups. They actually warm up on different sides of the net. They warm up together and opposing sides of the net. And right-hand side, you see Gaspari and Valentini, and left-hand side, Cimati and Giusti. An all-Italian quarter-final. Gives it a bit of extra spice, doesn't it? But you have to say, Gaspari and Valentini, they are going to be the ones to beat. They always are. And it's a tough ask for Cimati and Giusti, but they've played well this season, the two of them. They've won together in Palmas earlier this year. So they're a good combination, but they are going to have to be at their very best to get past our top seeds here in this first match of the day. And Gaspari and Valentini, they will be even more motivated with that desire to win, having lost surprisingly, as I was saying, down in Brasilia. They want to get back to winning ways, get another title under their belt. But a long way to go before then. Quarter-final to get through first against their fellow Italians. We'll just wait now for the introduction of all 4 players from our MC here on Court Central.
fica aqui?
Não, fica ali na ponta.
Ali na ponta?
Viram para cá o central ou
Acho que sim, é alguma coisa.
Viram?
Então fica ali, vejo. Esta?
Vira cá, dá cá, não é comigo, vai para o outro lado.
Well, I think we have just a slight delay at the moment. We were just waiting for the MC to introduce the players, but as you can see, the sand is just needing a little bit of watering, maybe a tad dry underfoot. It'll help the players grip better as well with a bit of moisture on it. It's been in short supply, hasn't it? Rain across Western Europe and many countries in the grip of a heat wave right now. Not quite the case down here. It's a very wet spring they had in this part of the world, and the summer has been a little under par temperature-wise, and that is the same here today. And it's quite refreshing. Temperatures in the low 20s, and it's good for the spectators, good for the players as well, and similar conditions expected tomorrow. However, let's have a little look, shall we, at both these pairings, how they got here to the quarterfinals. Our top seeds, Gasperi and Valentini, beating De Souza and Medilier, love and 4 in the first round, and then earlier today in the second round, getting past Bajoki and Campos, love and 2, and well, fairly similar for Chimati and Giusti, almost identical actually. First round they beat Anuti and Gerard, the French pairing, love and 3. And then their second round win earlier today against Gomez and Loureiro was exactly the same score as Gaspardi and Valentini had in their victory, getting past those two 6-love, 6-2. So, yeah, they're in similar form. And I think maybe, just looking at the MC, we might be ready for our introductions, but they're still watering the court, so hold your horses, not quite there yet. But all 4 players are in the shade and probably going through some last little tactical exchanges. And there you see as well, a good crowd beginning to make their way to Court Central. There are plenty of courts in this complex with tennis going on. But all eyes on the show court, and it'll fill very quickly as the afternoon goes on. As I was saying, 3 quarterfinals, a couple of women's quarterfinals and a men's quarterfinal, and then the mixed doubles final. Not before 6 o'clock this evening. So it should be a fabulous day. And then, of course, tomorrow we have a couple of semi-finals here on Central, and then we will have both the men's and the women's finals to follow. It's a little blowy. There you can see the parasol right-hand side and the windbreak there. But I think that's just what the spectators will appreciate. A nice breeze coming in off the Atlantic. And stellar work as well from that young man at the far end of the court, getting this centre court into pristine condition. A football fan there. What's that football top? Aston Villa. There you go. There you go. But yeah, all 4 players deep in thought. They are almost ready to go. The MC just checking with them that they're ready. That's a good idea. Sitting in the shade, a nice cold drink. Oh, I'm not jealous, honestly. Oh, and they've got food as well. I'm really not jealous, honestly. It's a wonderful event, wonderful spectacle, and everyone enjoys it, don't they? Cracking atmosphere, and there we go. We are now good to go. Well done, that man, getting the court ready. Let us get this first quarter-final of the day underway. So, players can now warm up in the perfect conditions. And let's have a little look at our respective pairings today. And there you see Nini Valentini and Greta Giusti on that side of the net. Other side is Giulia Gasperi and Sofia Cimatti. And the top seeds, Gasperi and Valentini, well, as I was saying before, they are always the ones to beat, particularly in the Sand Series this year. Having won all bar one of them, and of course winning the finals last year. Giulia Gasperi, 40 wins and 2 losses this year. Same for Nini Valentini. They've played together all year and had plenty of success at the Sand Series events they won at Sao Paulo, the Reunion Classic, and also down at Gran Canaria. Just that surprise exit at the semi-final stage last month in Brasilia. That is the only blot on their very, very impressive copybook. So, Sofia Cimatti and Greta Giusti. 6 seeds here this weekend. Again, Italians against Italians, so it gives it an extra bit of a spice, a bit of an edge. But Sofia Cimatti, (32 years of age, 14 in the world, 64 career titles. First one, 2014 in Munich. Her best year, titles-wise, 2017, where she amassed 10. She and Giusti won this year in Parmas, and she also won the mixed doubles title. Cimatti did with Nicola Gaspari down in Gran Canaria. And as for Greta Giusti, 25 titles for her couple this year. 42 wins, 12 losses for Giusti. Really, really good stats there. 37 and 12 for Cimatti. And our second quarter-final to come today after the end of this one. We'll see Nicole Nobile and Juliette Nogueira, who of course beat our top seeds, surprisingly, in Brasilia last month in the semi-finals. They're up against Patricia Diaz and Rafaela Miller. And then a men's quarter-final to come. Still don't quite know who will be playing in that men's quarter-final. The second round matches are ongoing. Likely to be Nicola Giannotti and Matteo Spotto, top seeds for the men. They are currently playing their second round match over on court number 3. 6-4, 3-1 they lead against Dario Jublin and Andrea Veronesi. But as soon as we know the confirmed quarter-final, we will let you know. And of course, as I was saying, mixed doubles final to come. Not before 6 o'clock local time. Just over 4 hours or so from now. That promises to be a super match, the mixed doubles final. Flaminia Dina and Fabrico Nace taking on Marta Magales and Mattia Gugano, the second seed. So that match over, or beg your pardon, here on Court Central, not before 6 o'clock local time. So that is your afternoon planned out, so don't go anywhere. Should be, as ever, high on entertainment, high on fun, and high on quality as well, with some of the best beach tennis players in the world converging here in northwest Portugal. Beautiful coastal resort of Matosinhos. And the fans enjoying the beach, enjoying the sunshine, and very shortly will be ready to enjoy some tennis. We go around the courts as well. That is courts 2 just then. Veronica Casadei and Adriana Costa against Elizaveta Kudinova and Anastasia Semenova. Early stages of that match. There you see Costa and Casadi leading by a game to love in the opening set. We'll be darting around the courts as ever. But our focus will, of course, be on Court Central for these quarterfinal matches, which will be getting underway in a matter of moments. Well, it's a slow start by our top seeds. Giulia Gaspari serving. That's a lovely touch from Gaspari. Lunging dive from Sofia Cimatti, but all in vain. Oh, misjudgment. Misjudgment from Cimatti and Giusti. They look at each other as if to say, what happened there? And their early advantage has been wiped out. But a chance for an early breaker serve. Super overhead from Cimatti. Oh, yes, it's on the line. A misjudgment this time from Gasperi. An eventful first game. Gasperi just let it go. And there you see, acknowledges that it was in. That is a superstar for Cimatti and Giusti, breaking the top seeds early on. I say it all the time, but it's always worth saying. The camaraderie and the sportsmanship between all players is just such a breath of fresh air. You just saw there, didn't you, when Cimatti and Giusti were heading down this end of the court. Quick high five with their opponents. It's a sport that is played in the very best spirit, and yeah, it's good to see. Oh, good overhead. Good overhead from Gasperi. Determined to get her serve back. Sofia Cimatti serving by the way here. Yeah, didn't do ourselves any favours either, really, with the backhand there. That was high into the sky, and it was a fairly routine overhead. Yeah, too much on that one from Gasperi. Oh, went for it and found the line. Well, top seeds just let that one go. It was perfectly placed right down the middle. Now, a couple of chances here for Gasperi and Valentini to break back. Slow start from the number one seeds, broken early on, but the reason why they are the top seeds, they are the ones to beat, is because they are not down for long. So, two chances, as I was saying, to get us all square. And that is wide, and we are all square. One game all.
Nicolas Gianotti de França e Mattia Spoto de Itália a derrotarem Dario Jublin e Andrea Veronesi de Itália por 6-4 e 6-1.
Yeah, you may have just heard actually from our MC there. Nicolas Gianotti and Matteo Spoto have just beaten Dario Jublin and Andrea Veronesi over in court number 3, 6-4, 6-1. So they will be taking part in our third match today, the third quarterfinal. Who they will be playing is still to be decided. Once we know, you'll know. Yeah, that was a commanding take, wasn't it, from Cimatti. Immediately said to Gresham, Giusti, mine. Very well put away. He's drifted long. It's a bit of a struggle on serve. 2 breaks of serve in the first 2 games, and every chance we may be having a 3rd break of serve here. Valentini with work to do to hold. 15-40. That's a lovely lob from Valentini. Awkward, that overhead. But still, a couple of opportunities for the 6th seeds. Giamatti and Giusti to break. That is too good though, both the serve and the overhead from Gasperi and Valentini. Lovely serve here from Valentini, and the overhead from Gasperi. Just the perfect line and length, and that is 2 chances to break that have gone. And if you didn't know, there's no ads. It is juice deciding point. And it is another super serve from Valentini. What a big holder serve that could prove to be. The top seeds beginning to get in the groove. They lead 2 games to 1. Just a little long. Gasperi and Valentini with that really good hold of serve, trailing 15-40. Looking to try and put pressure on their fellow Italians here. Yeah, well left, and now the pressure is beginning to crank up for Giamatti and Giusti. Just didn't catch that clean, did she? Sofia Giamatti, and it was always drifting wide. Well, Gasperi and Valentini were 15-40 down, weren't they, in the last service game, and somehow managed to save it. But no such luck for Giamatti and Giusti. They are broken. It is 3 games in a row for Gasperi and Valentini. As we go round the serves again. Julia Gasperi will be hoping for her first hold, having been broken in the very first game of the match, but that's as good as it got for Cimatti and Giusti. Top seeds are flexing their muscles. And again, if you are joining us for the first time, no second serves either. If you find the net or send it long, you lose the point. Deep in discussion. The top seeds, they know the importance of keeping the door shut if they can. Yeah, desperate trouble at that point, weren't they? Really good play from Cimatti and Giusti. And that is a brilliant overhead. Nice and low at the feet of Valentini. And again, Gasperi's serve under scrutiny. And it's a break. So this is a problem, isn't it, for Gasperi? Her serve has been broken twice, but still they have the lead, Gasperi and Valentini, but it feels quite fragile at the moment at 3-2. Now, I did promise you an update, didn't I? As we look at the beautiful view here. In northern Portugal, but yes, an update. The third quarter final will be Nicola Gianotti and Mattia Spoto. They will be taking on Alessandro Calbucci and Marco Gravini. They beat Nikita Bergman and Carlos Villon in a thriller on court number 9 a few moments ago. 10-7 in the third set tie-break. So it won't quite be another all-Italian affair. Gianotti, French player, Mattia Spoto is Italian, but they will be up against a couple of Italians in Calbucci and Garavini. That's later on today. Just to remind you, our third quarter-final. Second quarter-final, straight after this one, women's quarter-final. And it features Nicole Nobile and Julia Noguera against Patricia Diaz and Rafaela Miller. Meanwhile, Cimatti and Giusti plotting a bit of a comeback. Getting lucky there with the net cord. Hands on hips time for Sofia Cimatti. So 3-1 down, having lost 3 games in a row, Cimatti and Giusti. Ample chances here to get us all square at 3-all. Oh, hello, it's in. Well, everything just stood still for a moment. Time absolutely stood still here. Nobody quite knew what happened. But there you see, flush on the line. Kicked away by Valentini in frustration more than anything else. grabs the ball. It's her service game to come, and they have been pegged back, the number 1 seeds. And they've got the wind in their sails. Make no mistake about that. Not quite there, though. Just a little long, and there you see Sophia Cimatti frustrated with herself. That is the level that they expect these top players. Oh, just found the net. That is most surprising from Nini Valentini. Lovely. Better from Valentini. And it might be an all-Italian quarter-final this, but you can hear from the crowd's reaction which pair of Italians they are backing. And that is our top seeds. Yeah, nicely put away. Cimatti tried to come in and get in the face, if you like, of Valentini, but kept a cool head. Couple of chances to hold then. Get themselves back in front here. The number 1 seeds. Yeah, well placed and well played by Julie Gaspari. Back in front then in this opening set, 4-3.
Recordar que já a seguir aqui no corte central vamos ter mais um encontro. Nicole Nobile de Itália e Júlia Nogueira vão defrontar Patrícia Dias e Rafaela Miller. No corte número 2 vamos ter um encontro entre Gabija Dutrekaite da Lituânia e Daniela Rodrigues Pereira de Espanha, com as brasileiras Sofia Chau e Victoria Marquezini.
So we're on serve, 3-4. Greta Giusti to serve. Oh, it's another misjudgment. Goodness me, there's been so many. And both Giusti and Shimati were convinced this was going long. And it wasn't. Unusual to see quite so many mistakes. That's more like it. Bit of feeling in that overhead, wasn't there, from Chimati? Desperate defending by Greta Giusti, and it didn't come to anything in the end because it was just too good from Valentini. That's gone long. Well, again, when the pressure was on, when the questions were being asked of the top seeds, they've just found another gear. Chances here to break and serve for the set. And it should have been as well. Valentini turns away in disgust, really. Just had to find the right spot with that and just got it all wrong. Both players surprised, disappointed in equal measure. Yeah, well left. And it is a breaker serve for Gaspardi and Valentini. But the hope for Chimati and Giusti is that Gaspardi is serving. And she hasn't held serve yet. Twice she's been broken. But if she can hold now, she and Nini Valentini will have come through a pretty tough first set. Oh no. Well, one of those moments. Tried to go long down the middle and maybe put a bit of top spin on it to find the line, but just caught the edge of the racket and it hit the backboard. Gonna miss it this time from Sofia Chimati. Now they've got the right idea, those two. That looks like ice cream. Yep, I'm still hungry. But definitely the perfect day for something cold. No, it's out. Oh, dear. Dear, dear, dear. Julia Gaspardi was a really bad misjudgment. Nothing wrong with that one, though. From Valentini, that's more like it from her. Tricky overhead, not much to aim for. So, a couple of set points then here for the top seeds. Oh, desperate defending, particularly from Greta Justi. And has kept them in this set just. But now this is it. Crunch time. Set point or a break back to 5-4. And they've taken it. Tough going that for Gasperi and Valentini, but the top seeds get the job done. The first set on the ball for men against Sofia Cimatti and Greta Justi by 6 games to 3.
Sofia Cimatti e Greta Justi. E no corte número 2, o mesmo acontece com Verónica Casadeiro de Itália e Ariadna Costa Grael de Espanha. 6-3 no primeiro set, frente a Elisabetta Kudinova e Anastácia Semenova. Que ainda hoje vamos ter aqui no corte central a final de mistos deste Sand Series Matosinhos às 18 horas, não antes das 18 horas, com a portuguesa Marta Magalhães em campo. Ela vai estar ao lado de Mathieu Guégamot, de França, defrontam Família Daina de Itália e Fabrício Neis do Brasil.
Really entertaining first set. Set number 2 just underway. And important that Chimati and Giusti get off to a good start here. It is Sophia Chimati serving. Oh, unlucky. Very unlucky that for Julia Gaspari, because that was a real lunge in defence from this huge overhead coming up from Greta Giusti. And almost found the line, but relief for the 6th seeds that it went long. But they're getting through this service game without any real trouble, which is exactly what they would have wanted. And there we have our first hold to love of the match. Quick fire stuff from Chimati and Giusti. And they were, as I was saying, very competitive in set number 1. Got off to a bright start, breaking the top seeds first up, but then losing the next 3 games. Coming back after that to get us 3 games all, but just lost the next 3, albeit tight games, but it's what you do with the big points that matter. And the top seeds, Valentini and Gaspari, know exactly what to do at crunch time. So Gaspari serving again. Finally had a first holder serve, did Gaspari, to clinch the first set. But she hasn't been convincing. She'll take that though. The net cord is shining on Julia Gaspari at the moment. But never take it for granted. The net cord has a habit of leveling things up. Well, can we have back-to-back holds to love? It'll be a real shot in the arm for Julia Gaspari if she can. Not to be. But in the end, it's pretty comfortable on serve for Julia Gaspari. 1 game all then. Early in set number 2, match number 2, straight after this one. Will feature Nicole Nobile and Julia Nogueira, who beat our top seeds in the quarterfinal, or the semi-finals, I beg your pardon, in Brasilia. Last month, they're up against Patricia Diaz and Rafaela Miller. Yeah, I'll tell you what, they have defended so well. Cimatti and Giusti just making the top seeds play the extra shot or two, and in the end, it was a mistake, surprisingly as well, from Valentini with the overhead. She's been very solid this afternoon in that department. Oh, left a big old gap there. I didn't find it with the serve. Greta Giusti really was an inviting opportunity for the ace, but just a touch too much slice on it. It just edged out. Nothing wrong with that one, though. That's a gorgeous touch from Giusti. Well, we started set one, didn't we, with back-to-back breaks of serve, and it's all very shaky. But set two has seen both sets of players comfortable in that department. Sofia Cimatti holding to love, and Giulia Gasperi holding to 15, and now Cimatti looking to also hold to 15 to see the sixth seeds edge in front. Not yet. Just catching the water bottle of Sofia Cimatti. So this game isn't on the board yet for Greta Giusti. Still two chances though. Oh no. That is the last thing you want when you don't get a second chance on serve. Needs to dump it in the net, and now the pressure's on. Game point and break point combined. Sudden death at deuce. Oh! Wow. Giulia Gasperi is getting the lion's share of the luck off the net cord, and that is a huge moment for the top seeds. The net playing its part in the last 2 points. Giusti finding it with her game point, and then Gasperi benefiting from a lucky break to see her and Valentini in front, 2-1. So can Nini Valentini back up this break? Already a set-up. She and Gasperi, they haven't been at their sparkling best, but they've just had the edge on the crucial point. Now that is sometimes all you need. When you're used to winning matches, you tend to bring out your best tennis. when it matters most, and they've got an early advantage here in set number 2. And they are looking good at the moment for a 3-1 lead, as they were in set number 1. Well, Greta Giusti knows that's a bad mistake. Not in a position to be gifting points, that's for sure. So, Valentini, who has looked the better of the two on serve from the top seeds, again looking fairly comfortable. Might be needing a new ball, actually. That one's gone a bit flat. So the umpire just going to find a tin. In fact, we have a whole new set, which I guess you need to. So even more problems now for Chimati and Giusti. Some brand new balls are going to be hurtling over the net in the next few seconds. And that is the way to back up your breaker serve. 3-1 then. Gaspari and Valentini lead here on Court Central. Like I say though, Gaspari and Valentini, particularly Gaspari, haven't quite been at their ruthless best, and just allowing Chimati and Giusti hope here. Yeah, was not going to miss that one though, was she? Giulia Gaspari. That is pretty much bread and butter. That sort of overhead, halfway up the court. Plenty of time to get into position. And a little leap, and perfectly executed from the Italian. And then by contrast, Valentini just playing the perfect point tactically there. Just put the backhand there into an awkward spot. Clever play, smart play. And the edge ahead here in a service game that Chimati and Giusti dare not lose. Another break here, and the fact they were set down would make things very bleak. And that will not help. Got to dig deep now. The 6th seeds. 3 break points for Gaspari and Valentini to put them in complete charge of the match. Oh, nice touch. Very nice indeed from Sofia Chimati. There's a good return from Gaspari that allowed her and Valentini to dictate that point, but that is a wonderful touch from Chimati. However, they have been broken, and things are now looking very tough for Chimati and Giusti. Gaspari and Valentini, the top seeds now, beginning to cruise. A set and 4-1, they lead.
Tivemos também o ITF BT50. Vamos ter a partir de hoje também o ITF BT Junior 18 and Under. A prova nacional lá que já começou e o Gainbridge Tennis Cup, prova social, com a entrada em ação de muitas duplas que são certamente fãs de ténis de praia, recordamos a entrada em ação de Carlos e Emma Soares, vão jogar com Filipe Rosa e Carolina Fernandes. Um jogo a não perder.
Well, has to be a breaker serve now for Giamatti and Giusti as we go over to court 3. Casad and Costa a 7-5-3 up against Skudin and Simonova. But it's not as close here on Central. Top seeds a double breaker serve up in set 2, having won the first set 6-3, coming back well after a shaky start. What an angle. What an angle that was. It's floored. Greta Giusti. Oh, this is worth another look. Look at this. That is absolutely exquisite. It has been a funny old day for Julia Gasperi. There's been some struggles on serve and 1 or 2 overheads have missed their target, but what a touch that was just then. What a return from Giusti. Got down low there, took all the pace off the ball. And Gaspari just couldn't quite get there. This is a good angle to see it. But she has been on good terms today. Julia Gasperi with the net cord. I don't think anyone could deny that. Has had the lion's share of the good fortune, that's for sure. And it's a hold. 5-1 now, the top seeds lead. And they are edging ever closer to tomorrow's semi-final. Just to remind you, tomorrow is semi-finals and finals day in the men's and women's event. Gassard and Costa over on court 3 against Skudin and Semenova, about to book their place in today's quarterfinals. 3 chances to serve it out. Let's see if they can. No, that's drifted wide, so the wait goes on for Gassard and Costa. And how much longer will Gasperi and Valentini be made to wait to book their place in tomorrow's semi-final? There's been too many of those. Greta Giusti, another one dumped into the net. She and Giamatti have given away too many cheap points in set 2 in particular. Lovely. And yes, they have had the lion's share of the luck. Gaspari and Valentini, I don't think anyone will deny that, but They have just been so solid and so smart as well with some of their shots. Finishing with a bit of a flourish here. 2 points from the last 4. Ah, well, there you go. The net cord not doing them any favours for once. I think had that landed in, I think Giusti and Cimatti would have probably just shaken hands and gone, you know what, we just can't win whatever we do. But that's flicked off the net cord, as we'll see now, and drifted wide. Oh no, that's what I was saying about Giulia Gasperi in particular. It's another really poor shot on the overhead. Not even getting near the net cord, really. So Cimatti and Giusti, chance to hold, close it to 5-2. And they do. Bit of luck for them for once off the net cord. And they close it to 5-2. But time is on Gasperi and Valentini's side. Valentini has served very well today, and she will look to serve this out for herself and Gasperi and book their place in tomorrow's semi-final. Well, if Cimatti and Giusti can break Valentini here, they will feel there is life still in this quarterfinal, because Valentini has been so good on serve. But if they find a way through and then hold, the Cimatti, sorry, beg your pardon, the Gasperi serve has been a little vulnerable. However, can they do it? Can they get past Nini Valentini? Has that gone wide? Yeah, it's indicated wide by Giulia Gasperi. She turned around straight away, actually, the moment that overhead was played, so she had a perfect view of it. I did expect nothing else but honesty from every player. There's such a fantastic part of this sport. Nobody's trying to gain an unfair advantage. But it's been another excellent service game, this from Nini Valentini. She and Giulia Gasperi are almost into the semi-finals. Match point number 1. Oh, lovely. Nice touch. And that has gone long. And the desperate, defiant defending of Giamatti and Giusti is to no avail. Gasperi and Valentini just do what they always do. They win matches into the semi-finals here in Portugal. It wasn't easy going, particularly in set one. They started slow, but as set two got underway, they got themselves into such a strong position. Giamatti and Giusti just could not find a way back. And the all-Italian match goes the way of the top seed Giulia Gasperi. 6-3, 6-2. So quarter-final action here today on Court Central. The first one done and dusted. A win for the top seeds, Gasperi and Valentini over Giamatti and Giusti. We still have two more quarterfinals to come, the next of which will be on court shortly. It is the seventh seeds, Nicole Nobile and Julia Nogueira, up against the third seeds, champions earlier this year at the Sand Series event down in Sao Paulo. That is Patricia Diaz and Rafaela Miller. That will be on centre courts in around about 5 or 10 minutes from now.
Contra uma dupla que vocês já enfrentaram bastante na temporada, mas a segunda vez que se apresenta em quartas de final. Muda alguma coisa de pressão de quartas para semi ou é mais ou menos a mesma coisa?
Não, é o mesmo jogo, a mesma coisa. Elas jogam super bem, então a gente sabia que era um jogo super disputado. Aqui parece que não venta, mas venta. Lá em cima a bola se movimenta bastante. Então acho que a gente conseguiu de jogar focada desde o começo da partida. Acho que isso foi fundamental hoje no jogo de hoje. Estou feliz.
A referência da central está mudando de lá para fora?
É um pouco diferente. Essa é um pouco maior de tamanho, assim, fora da quadra, assim, mas acho que é lindo de jogar. Nada, quero parabenizar a Nini, que hoje entregou tudo em quadra e jogou super bem, sem nervoso. Estou feliz por isso. Parabéns à minha parceira.
Sem nervoso, você que acha?
Tá enganando bem. Uma boa atriz, Nini Valentini. Parabéns pela vitória. Como foi esse período aí que vocês, né, tivemos aí Brasília e aí vocês não jogaram mais, né? Não ficaram de fora da competição de Tucuruí. E aí a próxima apresentação está sendo aqui mesmo. Como que foi esse período? Como foi digerir ali o que aconteceu em Brasília?
Sim, a gente decidiu que precisava ficar um pouco longe das quadras para descansar, especialmente a cabeça, porque a cabeça quando cansa não tem muito para fazer. Então a gente não jogou para 2 semanas, fizemos só preparação física e mental e voltamos a treinar a semana antes desse torneio com tudo, com o Danny, treinamos todos os dias, então foi assim.
E agora a Ariadna e Vero na semifinal, mais uma vez no caminho de vocês. O que a gente pode esperar disso, Nini?
É um jogo muito disputado, como sempre. A gente vai descansar e preparar o jogo na melhor forma possível.
É isso aí. Só para finalizar, você como parte importante aí do membro da comissão de atletas, Júlia, fala pra gente a sensação aí de jogadores com essa realização desse evento aqui em Portugal.
Acho que é incrível, porque a gente precisa de jogar em quanto mais países possível esse esporte, assim que todo mundo possa conhecer esse lindo esporte. Então quero parabenizar e agradecer a organização desse evento maravilhoso. Espero que seja só de vários torneios na Europa e no resto do mundo, além do Brasil.
É isso aí, parabéns para vocês, nos vemos amanhã. Faz tempo que não sai assinatura, porque faz tempo que elas não vêm, viu, mano? Porque... Mas tá aí, Júlia Gaspari e Nini Valentini na tela do Play BT.
Seixal e Vitória Marquezini. Hoje ainda vamos ter no corte número 2, quartos de final masculinos, André Baran e Filipe Lorre do Brasil com Mattia Bazzi de Itália e Theo Iragaray de França. No corte número 3, Fabrício Neis e Alain Oliveira defrontam Giovanni Cariani e Daniel Mola. E no corte número 4, Diego Bollettinari e Mathieu Guéganot jogam com Michel Capelletti e Anthony Ramos.
Pronto? Leva para lá e entrega aos árbitros. As duas? vez o grupo me diz aqui. Quem é que vai jogar? Sim! Já quase dias e já família.
corte central. A primeira dupla de Itália, UNIQLO Wheelchair, do Brasil, Júlia Nogueira.
O meio tá bom, a ponta está bem fininha. Certo, mais um bocadinho de cada ponta.
Aqui, ó. Uma bola foi pra baixo da arquibancada. Não vai.
Vamos agora.
Bola, meninas. Meninas. Você.
Vamos agora então tentar dar um bocadinho mais de ânimo a estas jogadoras. Quartos de final femininos. O vosso aplauso para a primeira dupla de Itália, UNIQLO Wheelchair, do Brasil, Júlia Nogueira. E as suas adversárias, Patrícia Dias, Pati Dias e Rafa Miller. E já agora, para os amantes do ténis, peço o vosso aplauso para o melhor jogador português de todos os tempos. Aí está ele, João Sousa.
So good afternoon, welcome back to Court Central here at our 5th Sand Series event of 2025 from Matosinhos in northern Portugal. Mark Bailey with you. Time for the next quarterfinal, which sees 7th seeds UNIQLO Wheelchair and Júlia Nogueira up against the 3rd seeds and champions earlier this year at Sao Paulo. That is Patricia Diaz and Rafaela Miller. One match already today here on Court Central. If you're with us, you'd have seen the top seeds. Gasparini and Valentini coming through against fellow Italians Cimati and Giusti. 6-3, 6-2. And we have the top seeds in the men's draw as well coming up after this. Matteo Spoto and Nicola Gianotti against the Italian pairing of Alessandro Calbucci and Marco Garavini. So that is to come later. But we have this women's quarterfinal to enjoy first. And of course tomorrow, to join us from 10 o'clock local time, where we'll have a couple of semi-finals here on centre, and then the men's and women's finals to follow. And that will complete the Sand Series here at Matosinhos. And then we move on, mainly in Brazil after that, in October. 75k event there, and then early November in Aruba and the Caribbean Sea. Very nice indeed, 100k event, and then it's the finals, the Sand Series finals. A note for your diary, back end of November this year, 29th of November to the 6th of December. So Diaz and Miller, third seeds, won a Sand Series event already this year. Up against Nobile and Nogueira, the Italian-Brazilian combo. 7th seeds this week. Nobile and Nogueira, 60 career titles between them, quite a few with each other, and Diaz and Miller, well, they've got 110 titles, exactly 55 each. So, Diaz and Miller, pretty strong favourites given those sorts of stats. And they are into the quarterfinals. Diaz and Miller beating Homa and Otsuka of Japan in round 1, and then earlier today, the French pairing of Barral and Bray. And as for Nobile and Nogueira, well, they beat Fielder and Kobo in the first round, and then earlier today, Ducati and La Pena in round 2. As ever, conditions are generally very good at these events, and no exception here. Here in northwest Portugal, the Atlantic Sea out to your right-hand side there, you can see it. Just affording us a lovely breeze to take the edge off what is a fairly warm day. Not excessively hot, but warm enough. So the warm-ups are done and dusted, and the players themselves, well, not too long to wait now before they take to court. So Julia Nogueira will get us underway then. Ooh. Almost dropped on the side of Billie and Nogueira, but relief for them that it just about had enough on it off the net court to land agonisingly on the side of Diath and Miller. Well, what about going for the big overhead there? Did Patricia Diath, but well left in the end. Wow, went for it, didn't she? Did Julia Nogueira. And it's Hollywood or bust, though, when you go for the big serve. No second chances, no second serves. That one drifted long. It's cost her the point. And it is given Diath and Miller some early break points. Oh, she's found the line there, though. That is some serve, and that is gutsy. Haven't seen the first attempted ace go long. Nogueira went for it with the second one as well on that left-hand line and caught it beautifully. But still work to do at 30-40. Brilliant. Really good play. So, Diath and Miller have got their early breaker serve. Just a little heavy there. I beg your pardon, here from Rafaela Miller. And a good start then for the number 3 seeds. And what a view that is. Wonderful part of the world this, and that young man looks deep in thought. So we had a breaker serve in our first match, and we've had a breaker serve to start our second match. So Rafaela Miller, she will get her first service game underway. Lively work around the net there from Patricia Diath, but couldn't quite generate the height needed. Yeah, nothing wrong with that one though from Patricia Diath. Right onto the baseline. And all that Nobile and Nguyen could do was that watch that one go by. Brilliant overhead this time from Rafaela Miller. Good serve. And then came in and took charge of the point. Yeah, inviting the overhead. And UNIQLO Wheelchair says, thank you very much. Asked the question here. And Wheelchair had the answer. So excellent start then from ITF Miller. Break a serve and it's backed up. So first service game for UNIQLO Wheelchair. Yep, it's flagged out. Yeah, well judged. Let that one drift long. Ooh, went for it. It was quite a way long in the end by UNIQLO Wheelchair. It is a risky strategy, isn't it? Going for the big serve with no second chance. When it works, it's a master stroke. When it doesn't work, you're looking for the nearest hole to swallow you up. No, it wasn't out. That never looked out. That was a lovely touch. There from UNIQLO. Just guided it right to the perfect position and just keeps herself and Nicole Noble in this all-important third game. They do need a holder serve. Already a breakdown at love 2. That's in. That is again beautifully guided. Just found themselves a little stranded. Did Diath and Miller. And that was well executed. That lob, and now a couple of opportunities to get us back on serve. The ace worked on that occasion, though, for Nicole Noble. So, even though we are very early in this match, this is a big point coming up. 3-love is a long way back for Noble and Nogueira. But 2-1 on back on serve, and they're right in it. Oh, she's overhit it. Oh, dear. Well, no wonder. It is a look to the heavens for UNIQLO. They are 3-love down now. She and Nicole Noble. It's a long way back already in this first set. Diath and Miller looking good. Well, the first 3 games have gone against Nicole Noble and UNIQLO. They've got to start trying to make some inroads in this opening set, and it needs to start now, really. Just edging ahead, though. Patricia Diath, her first service game of the match. Rafaela Miller held pretty comfortably to open proceedings. Oh. Well, UNIQLO just tried to play the delicate one there. Got the good angle, but not the height. Those sorts of points have got to start coming off. What a serve, full of energy, as ever, from Patricia Diaz.
Ficou energia aqui, vamos, energia! Olha.
So this for 4-love, 2 chances. Yep, well left. It was just drifting out, not by much. Just tried to guide this down the line, did Rafaela Miller. Just missed the line by the smallest of margins. Oh no, and again it's Nogueira with the mistake. Well, she lost the last game with an overhead that drifted long, and that volley just found the net. And the deficit now is 4 games, love 4. And to add even more pressure onto Julia Nogueira, she's now serving. That is a very good first serve. If it was important for them to break in the last game, which they didn't, this service game is now, without a shadow of a doubt, must hold. Well, the first set, we suspect, will be beyond their reach at 5-love down. Yeah, early call there from Patricia Diaz. It always looked like it was drifting wide and out, and so it proved to be. Lovely. Good touch that from Nogueira. Very alert around the net. Keeps happening though, doesn't it? Both points that Diaz and Miller have won in this service game of Julia Nogueira have come from missed first serves. Oh, and it's happened again. Well, you've got to admire Julia Nogueira for sticking to her guns, but sometimes you've got to take a step back. And this will be an absolute sickness to lose. 3 points now that they've won, Diaz and Miller, all from mistakes off the serve of Julia Nogueira. However, she has a chance now to hold. But it's a chance that comes with a great deal of pressure. Because, of course, it is also an opportunity for Diaz and Miller to break again. What do you do on the first serve, Julia Nogueira? Do you go big? Try and double bluff your opponents, but run the risk of another cheap point. Oh, and again, Julia Nogueira must wonder why she seems to be in the wrong place at the wrong time on these crucial points. It is another that is lost from a mistake by her. So much she did right in that point as well. Kept herself and Nicole Nobili in it, but couldn't find the finishing touch. And she and Nicole Noble now find themselves almost out of this first set at 5-love down. So 5 games to love then. Diaz the Miller lead. And it is Rafaela Miller looking to serve this one out. Nicole Noble and Julia Nogueira desperately need to try and get into this match. Hasn't been a 5-love, in all honesty, where Diaz the Miller have completely dominated and run away with it. It's come down to key moments, and quite a few of those games, at least 3 of them, came to deciding points, and they won them all. But all too often, I'm afraid to say, Julia Nogueira has just made a few too many mistakes. That has gone along. Nothing she could do there. Nogueira too good. The lob from Rafaela Miller. And it's been the first set where they've been in charge. They haven't dominated, but they've always been in charge. Diaz the Miller. And that just about sums up a thoroughly miserable set for Julia Nogueira. The overhead goes long. The first set goes to Diaz the Miller. Emphatically, 6 games to love.
Primeiro set a terminar aqui no corte central, encontro dos quartos de final femininos. Patti Dias e Rafa Miller vencerem por 6-0, Nicole Noble e Júlia Nogueira. Mais equilíbrio no corte número 2, com Gabija Dutrekaite da Lituânia e Daniela Rodrigues Pereira, Espanha, a perderem por 4-3 neste momento com Sofia Schau e Vitória Marchesini. Recordamos que ainda hoje vamos ter os quartos de final masculinos, começam daqui a pouco, e terminamos o dia aqui no corte central com a final de mistos e uma portuguesa envolvida. Marta Magalhães, ao lado do francês Mathieu Guéganot, defrontam o brasileiro Fabrício Neis e a italiana Flaminia Daina.
So set number 2. And not the start. Noble and Negreda would have wanted another first serve dumped into the net, and a bit of movement just catching the eye of Diaz and Miller. Those spectators quickly finding their seats and good to go. Nicole Noble serving here. The first 6 games of the match going the way of the third seeds, Diaz and Miller. And that is a smart bit of play as well from Patricia Diaz. Lovely lob executed. Right into that far corner, and the stretch by Nicole Noble in vain. And Julia Negreda just losing her footing there, trying to backpedal, and now trouble for Diaz and Miller. As we had a quick look there. Oh, we are still looking, aren't we, on court number 4. Another quarter-final in the women's section ongoing. Between Gabriela Trucchetti and Daniela Pereira up against Sofia Chow and Victoria Mackenzie. Of course, Chow and Mackenzie. And what a couple of tournaments they've had, winning in Brasilia, runners up at Gran Canaria. And they were set up over on court 2, actually, against Trucchetti and Rodriguez. Here on Central, well, it's 7 games in a row now that Diaz and Miller have reeled off, winning the first set 6 games to love, and they have broken to start set 2. And time really beginning to ebb away here for Noble and Negreda. They have got to start getting some momentum, and really they need to break serve, because if they go a converted breakdown, they're in big trouble. That's good play, though, from Negreda. Nice touch around the net and a good overhead to finish. Oh, that is some overhead this time from Rafaela Miller. Absolutely worth another look at this, because she stepped into it beautifully. And what an execution once she was there. That raced past Nicole Noble. What a serve. Not for the first time in the match. It's an absolute beauty from Patricia Diaz. Yeah, well watched and well left. Wow, can they come back here? Nobile and Nogueira in this service game and make something happen. Still, though, Diaz with a couple of chances to hold here. Make it 8 games in a row for her and Miller. Oh, it's in. Well, we've had a few of these deciding points in the match. And they've all gone the way so far of Diaz and Miller. Nobile and Nogueira could really do with winning one of these. Good couple of points from these two. Can they make it 3 in a row? Get their first game on the board. No, they can't. Not for the want of trying. They're both flawed. But it was a lovely touch by Rafaela Miller. Right in between Nobile and Nogueira. And they just couldn't get under it. That feels a huge moment. And another deciding point goes against Nobile and Nogueira. Well, just taking a few moments now. Understandably, Nicole Nobile just to get a bit of sand out of the mouth and probably in the eyes and just compose herself and go again. Try and get this elusive game on the board. Love to break a serve down, also a set down. But it is very hard, very demoralising when you're looking at the scoreboard and seeing 6-love, 2-love, and it hasn't been a 6-love, 2-love sort of match. It could easily, well, it could easily still be in the first set. Had 1 or 2 of the deciding points in set 1 gone the way of Nobile and Nogueira, but they just have done too many of those, particularly Yuli Nogueira. Far too many first serves wasted. When you're trailing by that scoreline, you can't afford it. But then it's a fine line between making something happen and making costly mistakes. Delightful. What a lovely touch yet again from Rafaela Miller. She really does possess the most exquisite feel. Well, what do you do when you've got these two bearing down on you? Well, nothing's going their way, is it? A bit of a hopeful return, that one, from Miller, and it landed inside the line. 9 games without reply. They are completely in charge of the match. A set-up and now a double break. The third seed's looking good to book their place in tomorrow's semi-finals. there's been a lot of those, haven't there? First serves that have been dumped into the net and the point lost as a consequence. The majority, sadly, for Nogueira and Nobile have come from their side of the court, but it's a mistake to start off the service game here for Rafaela Miller. Yeah, good start this. Now then, into a 30-love lead. Nobile and Nogueira go here. Oh dear. Well, they may be 6-love and 3-love up, but they really won't want to gift a game to their opponents. Momentum will come to a grinding halt if they do. Just wide. Frustration again for Yuli Nogueira. Unlucky there. It was a fairly narrow opportunity down that line. Didn't have a lot to aim for. Was unlucky not to find the line, but still, chances here to break. Oh, dear Lord. Well, Rafaela Miller, that's a shocker, really. Given how well she and Patricia Diaz have played in this match, they will be kicking themselves that they have hand-wrapped or gift-wrapped that to Nobile and Nogueira. He must have been fearing the worst. What happens now, though? Yep, is it a case that Diaz and Miller just dust themselves down and put it down to a little lapse and carry on from where they left off? Or will it be the start of a Nobile Nogueira fight back? This fifth game, really important. Yeah, the idea was good. With Diaz and Miller so far forward, there was a fairly healthy target to aim for with the lob. But it was missed, and it's now love 30. And that's a good recovery from love 30. Well, if they do get back to their chairs, Nobile and Nogueira at 2-3, having trailed love 3 and obviously losing the first set 6-love, they will feel there is a glimmer of hope. However, they now find themselves facing yet another break point. And the glimmer of hope could well be extinguished as quickly as it came along. It is. It's another break, and the blip from Diaz and Miller was just that. because normal service has been resumed now for Diaz and Miller. The double breaker serve safely back for them. It's a set and 4-1 now.
Já estão quase a começar nos cortes 3 e 4, os encontros de quartos de final masculinos. Fabrício Neis e Alain Oliveira com Giovanni Cariani e Daniel Mola. E ainda Diego Bollettinari de Itália e Mathieu Guéganot de França com Michele Capelletti e Anthony Ramos.
Well, Noble and Niguera have to try and break here, but goodness me, look who's serving. Patricia Diaz has been so good on serve. And that's a good opportunity. First up, missed by Nicole Noble. Goes long here. Had enough to aim at. Well, time really is now beginning to run out for Noble and Niguera. And another powerful serve from Patricia Diaz. Right down the middle. Both went for it. But it's Niguera who got there first, but couldn't find sufficient purchase. Oh, wow. It's another super service game from Patricia Diaz. 5-1. She and Miller lead. And one suspects Nicolo Noble and Julia Niguera know that that is probably that for this match. Got to try and restore a bit of pride if they can and see where that takes them. Just the one game they've won, but they've yet to win any on serve. Niguera in particular has been very, very capable on serve. Has sent down too many mistakes on serve, too many free points gifted via the net or going long. And in trouble here already, losing the first point. Oh, wow. Well, first things first, I'm glad she's okay, because the overhead that came down from Miller, and she's still got her racket up there, was right in the throat of the Brazilian. She did very well to get her racket in the way, or she would have literally been floored by that. And there is another mistake off the serve. Dumped into the net, and now it is match points galore for Patricia Diaz and Rafaela Miller. And they seal it in style. A hold to love and then a break to love. An utterly dominating performance there from Patricia Diaz and Rafaela Miller. The embrace is a warm one. It is a job very, very well done by the number 3 seeds. As for Nicole Noble and UNIQLO, well, ironically, they played better in the first set, which they lost 6-love. In the second set, there were far too many mistakes. Set number 1, they just lost 3 or 4 key points that maybe flattered Diaz and Miller, but no flattery in set 2. That was more like it from them than the 6-1 in set 2. A fair reflection of their dominance. They booked their places in tomorrow's semi-final. Just to remind you, beating Nicole Noble and UNIQLO. 6-love, 6-1. And over on court 2, João Martinez. 4-1 up and a set against Trut and Rodri. Of course, Marchenzi and Chow beating Gaspari and Valentini. Sorry, beating Nobile and Nogueira, beg your pardon. There we go, to win in Brasilia last month. And they're looking good to booking their places in tomorrow's semi-finals as well. The semi-finals for the women really taking shape now. As for the men, well, still a few that we need to get through. And over on centre court, in a few moments from now, we will have one of the men's quarterfinals. Top seeds, Matteo Spoto and Nicola Gianotti up against Alessandro Calbucci and Marco Garavini. That will be on court central in about 5 to 10 minutes from now.
É isso aí, Evandro, Rufino, estou com elas estão comigo, elas estão sorrindo, acho que não precisam falar nada aqui. Paty Dias, Rafa Miller fizeram um bom trabalho e chegaram ao último dia do torneio, estão na semifinal. Quem sabe tem mais 2 jogos para vocês ainda, mas a questão que eu falei lá na transmissão, Paty, técnica, tática e repertório, recurso nunca faltaram, né? Mas essa comunicação, essa uma jogar uma pela outra e uma com a outra o tempo todo, vocês vibrando, se olhando, eu acho que é o grande diferencial que vocês trazem depois dessa pausa. O diferencial porque parou de acontecer por um momento, certo?
Com certeza absoluta, Jana. Eu não quero falar muito porque eu sei que vou soltar a chorar. É emocionante ver a nossa evolução. Porque só a gente sabe, quem está bem próximo da gente, quanto tem sido difícil, o quanto a gente entrega e quanto a gente quer que desse certo, né? Então, realmente, ver a gente aqui unidas, lutando cada ponto, sempre tentando ajudar a outra, eu acho que faz da gente uma verdadeira dupla muito forte. E, independente do que vai vir amanhã, para mim já super valeu a pena esse torneio, super valeu a pena o mês que a gente ficou fora se preparando. Eu acho que era esse o nosso objetivo principal e o que vem vai ser um plus, vai ser um a mais. Estou super feliz, emocionada, orgulhosa da Rafa, orgulhosa de mim, do Paolo. Eu sei quanto para ela é difícil e ver ela se preocupando realmente por me ajudar, estar ali junto, para mim significa tudo. E quero principalmente falar isso.
É isso, a gente estava falando, né? O negócio não é perder ou ganhar, porque isso faz muito parte da vida de vocês, do atleta. Mas como isso acontece? Mas como perderam, já é passado. Vamos falar como vocês ganharam aqui, de fato foi lutando. E a gente vê uma diferença muito grande, né? Você chamando a Paty, você vibrando nos pontos, coisas que você era um pouquinho mais fechada. Isso de fato foi um ponto de atenção para você, Rafa?
Calma, primeiro você falou que a gente estava sorrindo. Claro, fazia tempo que a gente não chegava no último dia do torneio. Claro que nós estamos sorrindo. Sai o tabu das quartas de finais.
Passou.
Não, brincadeiras à parte, mas eu falei, né? O meu objetivo a partir de agora, depois desse tempo de pausa, vai ser esse. Eu falei, independente de resultado, esse é o meu objetivo, mais do que técnica, tática e em questão de jogo mesmo, o meu objetivo vai ser melhorar eu como pessoa, a minha atitude. Então, vamos lá.
Vamos lá. É igual a história das raquetes aí, né? Sozinhas elas se sustentam, mas juntas elas ficam mais bonitas, né, Evandro? Elas se completam, né? Aí, ó, tá vendo? Bem melhor assim. Vão lá então, Paty Dias e Rafa Miller, pega a caneta aqui e vão assinar a câmera do programa Play BT. Evandro, esse é o clima aqui, dá pra sentir aí na cabine, né?
Atenção jogadores, Alejandro González, Francisco Cebrián, pista 22. Alejandro González, Francisco Cebrián, pista 22.
Ultimamente non lo so,
Non ti
Ultimamente a
sento.
sinistra sono scomodo vero.
Che hai detto?
Ultimamente a sinistra sono veramente scomodo.
Sei scomodo?
Molto.
Allora giocaci tutta la partita, dimostralo.
Perché non ho voglia di far fatica.
Ah, ok. Sperando che c'hai la potresti essere del nostro figlio, potresti fare anche un po' di fatica.
Ma sì, cioè già i crampi.
Può essere vero, sì, è vero.
Questo è incredibile.
Bella questa.
Questo sempre è difficile.
Quella là. Io mi piace la difficoltà, la mia è più grossa. 22? Va bene. Sì, si vedi? Good. Lo fa vincere un 6? Mamma.
Già 5 pari. Durano 3 secondi che in bianco.
È già 5 pari?
Sì.
No, batte ancora, non capisco. Ha fatto almeno 2 punti, quello sicuro, 5, 4, 10, scrivo 7.
Brasco dietro dai 3 metri col braccino. Difeso vincente.
Oh! Ah! Oh, puttana!
Set point. 40 pari.
Si batte?
Anto.
Anto. Punto prima, corta di chiappe. Chiappe sotto a 1,90 m così che fa da corta. L'ultimo pilota tu palucce. Il chiappe faceva solo tutto. Ah, tipo hai venuto così.
facciamo una traslazione.
Sbaglia questa palla.
Non la fa mica solo Nikita questa. Nikita aveva fatto un direttino in Ferrari, adesso è tornato in golf. È cambiata la musica, È cambiata la musichina.
Non ti faccio Carlo Sbirro. Davito. Io sono pronto.
Nacho,
Batti.
Nacho. L'arciere.
Noi c'eravamo qui.
Chi è che grida là?
Faceva il segreto così. E noi eravamo chiamati tutti a Dragon Ball. Faceva così.
BTS? Questo colpo si chiama la mossa dell'arciere.
Sì, ma lei metteva veramente la manetta dietro così.
Com'è che si chiama? Questo è l'arciere, no? Si chiama per BTS, questo è l'arciere. Manuale del beach tennis, BTS, questo si chiama arciere.
Abbiamo preso tutti i pali.
Abbiamo una sola gara che avete sparato uno filo.
Io arrivo a cercare di fare.
Sei un comunista, come hai detto? Comunista pancattista. Visto quel chef? Quello chef che ha detto cerca di lavoro non comunisti pancattisti, non omosessuali. Ci ha stellato tra l'altro. Hai lì una palla, gara?
Siamo a Filoso Beach. Dai tu.
Sarebbe top fare così, certo. Ah sì. Pattino nudo.
Dovete palleggiare voi due.
Te sei più al laghetto a pescare.
Sì.
Col berettino da pescatore.
Esatto. Sono nella squadra con Jimmy.
è buona. Noi ne metti lì che fuori, fidati. Sì, sì. E lui ce l'ha dato. Però era fuori, è vero.
Boa tarde, pessoal. Boa tarde. Querem que eu molhe a ficha?
No.
Não? Prego. Vuoi cambiare?
Vuoi fare due battute di là?
No, va bene. Non so dove battere. Sei pari. Sì, adesso sei a favore. Ah! Ah!
Ehi!
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 Ah!
Tu batti qua.
Ah! Ah! Ah!
No, 10 metri fuori. Ah. Bravo. Fuori. No.
Ai ai ai!
Bravo. Só, podemos fazer o sorteio e depois aquecem mais um bocado? Tá bom? Antes que comece o aquecimento, posso ir no banheiro? Eu faço o sorteio, tá? É? Faço o sorteio. Abbiamo vinto.
Già?
Finita. Basta. Si ritirano.
Ascolta. Cioè, lo scendi là. Aspetti qua, rispondiamo parte. Ciao, io
Tem aí dentro, lá, guarda ver. Tem. Vocês escolheram? Daquele lado. Daquele lado. Não vem?
Aquele là, quel lato a favore.
A voi di là?
Sì.
Voi a favore? Sì, perfetto, rispondiamo.
Bolì, si già devo per dire.
A due ne ho una. Pessoal, vou começar a contar 5 minutos de aquecimento. Perfeito, obrigado. Bravo. Às vezes perde uma, já percebeu? Aspetta, aspetta. Ultima. Prova. Abbiamo 5 minuti, eh? No, poi tra dopo, cioè. Va bene. Io dico insomma, ha tirato una missa. Ultima. Vai debaixo da escada.
Fuori?
Prova a farlo. Pareggiare un po', puoi battere, puoi battere. Mano a mano. Allena i tuoi piedi. 2 minuti, 2 minuti.
The wonderful sights there of Matosinhos here in Portugal for this 5th Sand Series events of 2025. Mark Valley here with you on Court Central for this quarter-final about to start between the top seeds Matthias Botto and Nicola Gianotti as they face Alessandro Calbucci and Marco Garavini. If you have been with us today, thank you as ever. A couple of women's quarterfinals you would have seen. If you weren't with us, I'll just update you. First up, we saw the top seeds in the women. Gaspari and Valentina getting past Cimatti and Giusti, 6-3, 6-2, the all-Italian match there. And then Diaz and Miller making fairly light work of Nobile and Nogueira, 6-love, 6-1. So this men's quarterfinal will be underway in a few moments from now. It does feel a big ask, doesn't it, for Calbucci and Garvani against the top seeds Spoto and Giannetti. But they've played well. The Italian pair beating Andrade and Cerati 7-6, 6-4 in the first round yesterday. And that surprise win earlier today against Birmingham and Vion, 4-6, 6-3, 10-7. So they've earned their place in this quarterfinal. Can they pull off the biggest shock of the weekend so far by toppling the top seeds? And as for Spoto and Giannotti, well, they've been pretty good so far in their route to the quarterfinal. They are, of course, serial winners at the Sand Series, winning in Brasilia, beating Baran and Locke 7-6, 6-4, but suffered a couple of heartbreaking defeats, losing in the Reunion Classic to Capoletti and Ramos 6-1, 6-3. And then losing to Andre Baran and Michel Capoletti at the first event down at Sao Paulo earlier this year. 2-6, 6-3, 10-5. So they'll be delighted to have won in Brasilia, but now can they get into at least a semi-final here in Portugal and maybe into the final tomorrow? We shall see. Calbucci and Garavini will, I'm sure, have plenty to say. Those two nearest to us. Calbucci with the bandana on, practicing his last serve, and far end you can see the top seed Spoto and Giannetti.
Nicola Giannotti, Mattia Spoto, fronte a Alessandro Calbucci e Marco Garavini.
Alessandro Calbucci to serve. Ready, play.
Here we go then. Garavini and Calbucci up against the top seeds Spoto and Giannetti. And it's Alessandro Calbucci there in your picture, getting us underway. The Italian, 45 years of age, 40 in the world. Overhead just going a little long from him. And an early mistake there from Calbucci. The last thing these two need right now is to gift the top seeds cheap points. Good overhead, brilliant overhead. And it's break points here aplenty for Spoto and Giannetti. Lovely overhead from Giannotti. And it is a breaker serve for the top seeds. Perfect start then for Spoto and Giannetti. That was heading out possibly, but it was quick reactions from Matthias Spoto. So 1-love then. The number one seeds lead here in this quarterfinal on Court Central.
Da servire Nico
So Giannotti then, his first service game. 1-love, he and Spoto lead. Super point. Brilliant work there from Spoto and Giannotti. Defending resolutely, then eventually forcing the mistake from Alessandro Calbucci. Another mistake though on serve, wasn't it, there from Nicola Giannotti. That's 2 points that he's dumped into the net. They won't mind. Calbucci and Garvani. Oh, wow. What a point. Wonderful work from Alessandro Calbucci, flooring Matthias Spoto. Really good work around the net there. And what about this coming up? Defensively, turning it into attack. Excellent point. Good response as well from the early break. Giving themselves 3 chances to break straight back. And they have. Well played. Calbucci and Garavani. He would have feared the worst, being broken early on. But they've just let the top seeds know that they are around. And we are all square. 1 game all. Well, we've seen quite a few, haven't we? First points dumped into the net. I think all 3 service games have seen the opening point gifted via that way. Lovely. Lovely overhead. Matthias Spoto just getting himself into prime position here to deliver this, and right into the opposite corner once he was there. And it's a struggle on serve, isn't it, right now for Marco Garavini. The only consolation for him is that the first 2 games of breaks to serve. It's looking like it's going to be a hat-trick of service breaks to start off this quarter-final. Just waiting for 1 or 2 spectators down this end to sit down, right in the eye line of Garavini. Once they do, we'll be good to go. And they have, and we are. Yeah, I think that's on the line. Yeah, lovely. Just catching the back of the line. Ooh, well, you would have backed Nicola Gianotti to make that overhead and head back to his chair. Leading 2-1 with Matthias Botte, but surprisingly dumped into the net. And Love 40 is now 30-40, so hope springs eternal here for Marco Garavini. But that is soon extinguished, and it's another breaker serve. Spotto and Gianotti in front then at this first sit down, leading 2-1. Well, fans of all ages enjoying the tennis here by the beach in Matosinhos. Plenty of holidaymakers and beach tennis fans. It's been a very, very good opening day. Beg your pardon, second day. But we are now getting to the business end of this tournament. Finals tomorrow, semi-finals and final. A couple of semi-finals here in Court Central, and then both men's and women's finals will follow. It's another mistake. They've been happening pretty regularly from all four players on serve. Matthias Spotto didn't find the net with that one. He's the first to send it long. The other three all dump their first serves into the net. Brilliant. That is so coolly done from Nicolas Gianotti. Quickly onto the scene here. Once he was there, he spotted the gap down the line. That's just well placed. Another huge serve from Spotto. Making up for that wild serve he sent long. The other 3 points have been exceptionally good. And this for 3-1. And that's where we are. It's 3-1. The top seeds going along very nicely. Alessandro Calbucci and Marco Garavini. Work to do now. That is some outfit, isn't it, by the way, that Alessandro Calbucci is donning this afternoon. Makes life nice and easy for us commentators when they are dressed so, well, colourfully, I think is the word I'm looking for. colourful character as well. Calbucci, 89 career titles he's won. 4 of them this year, and a decent return as well. 23 wins and just 5 losses for the Italian. Former world #1 11 years ago. Gets his first point on the board in this service game that, if the truth be told, Calbucci and Gainbridge do need to hold. It's going to be tough enough to break a serve down against the top seeds, but a double breakdown will feel very, very challenging. And that is another careless shot. Overhead, slammed into the net by Garavini. And the Italian pair in big trouble. Oh, how quick Giannotti was there. He leapt up to meet that backhand. And once he was there, it was placed to perfection down the line and on the baseline. It is a top-class performance, this, from the top seeds. They are bossing it at 4-1. Well, it was a bright start, wasn't it, from Calbucci and Garavini breaking Nicola Giannotti early to level up at 1 game all. But since then, the top seeds have got themselves into almost top gear. Though again, wasteful. Giannotti on serve. Every single service game we've had so far, without exception, has seen at least 1 point gifted via a serve that's either gone long or dumped in the net. And there's another by Giannotti. He's been a little dodgy on serve. He's played exceptionally well once the points have got underway. In fact, he's pretty much been the best player out there. But on serve, very, very shaky. And that's poor judgment from Giannotti. His reaction said it all. And wasn't even on the line in the end. Dropped inside. It's a good job they're 4-1 up. Yeah, like I say, when he's been in the thick of the action, Giannotti, he's been really good. But he's given himself work to do here. 30-40 then, 4-1 up though. Again, super play from Giannotti, really good. Deciding point indeed, and it's absolutely huge this for Calbucci and Garavini. They need it badly. But where do we go with this Giannotti serve? It's a little bit unpredictable. Could easily dump this long. Oh, but he's done the overhead long. And I'm afraid Nicola Giannotti didn't really deserve to hold serve there. It was not a good service game. A little bit loose. A real lapse there. And that is a lifeline for Calbucci and Garavini. So 2-4. Well, can Giannotti make up for that forgettable service game just now? Bar the overhead he sent long to lose that service game. His overhead game, the aggressive side of his game, has been superb. Oh no, well that nearly took a spectator out. I hope they were able to get something in the way. Well, this absolutely flew. You see it coming over now, over the heads, well over the heads of Giannotti and Spotto, but I think everyone's okay. Everyone's seeing the funny side. Spectators need to be on their toes. Oh, well, that's a most unorthodox return. Almost just, well, the wrist of Spotto gave way and it ended up creating a lovely angle. Puts his hand up, he knows he was lucky. But at the moment, top seeds are completely in control here. It was a careless service game for Giannotti, but Calbucci and Garavini unable to capitalise. They find themselves trailing by 3 again. This time it's 5-2. So 2-5. And yet again, we have an opening point dumped into the net. They've all been guilty of it. But Calbucci and Garavini are the ones that don't need it at the moment. But the 30 love up here. Got to try and just get something going if they can. That's so quick from Matthias Spotto, getting over there to meet that. When he was there, how decisive he was when he put that away, splitting the two Italians. ambitious. That's 2 of the 3 points that Calbucci and Garavini have won here have come from mistakes off the Spoto serve. And then they get lucky and they break. So Spoto and Giannotti have just seen both their service games broken. They led 5-1 at one point and were absolutely coasting. Not quite so now. Still, they'll fancy getting the job done. They'll have a serve, or it'll be Giannotti with the chance to serve if he needs to at 5-4 to win the set. But they'll hope to get the job done here on the Calbucci serve. Ah, there we go. Finally, the first serve works. If at first you don't succeed, etc., etc. That's beautiful placement, not for the first time this afternoon. Giannotti with the delicate touch, the wonderful vision that he has. Look at that. Guided it over the head of Marco Garavini into that corner. Oh, it nearly found its way over. Agony there for Calbucci. So top seeds just edging in front. 2 points away from a first set that they've been generally in charge of. Yeah, well left. That was always edging out. And now, a couple of set points for Matthias Spoto and Nicolas Giannotti. Oh, and just catching Marco Garavini on the thigh. And that is a sore one for him. And it's a sore end to the set for Calbucci and Garavini. All the damage done early on. They trailed 5-1. Did well to get it to 5-3, but another breaker serve. Sees Spoto and Giannotti take it 6-3.
Vai haver roda de samba, cocktails e música para todos os atletas relaxarem e celebrarem mais dia de torneio.
So a positive start to set 2 needed here for Calbucci and Garavini. Spectators just keeping cool and where they can shady. It's done it again. Giannotti will be relieved, I think, that they managed to win that first set without him needing to serve it out. But this is not a good start to set 2. Lovely overhead from Marco Garavini. And now, 2 chances for them to get this breaker serve they could so do with. And has that drifted out? I think it has. So that is a bonus for Calabucci and Garavini. The breaks of serve in this match keep coming.
We're going to have samba, cocktails and music for all the athletes to relax and celebrate another day in this tournament.
Samba cocktails. Oh. That's something to look forward to, isn't it? Last thing, though, on Calabucci's mind, I'm sure. Maybe not their minds, the spectators. They'll be thinking, oh, sounds good. Anyway, back to business. Top seeds winning the first set, but broken early on in set 2. Yeah, again, just drifting a little further forward than he needed to there. Calabucci and inviting the lob. Wow. Hasn't put too many feet wrong, shall we say. Nicholas Giannotti with the overheads, but that one went long. Not by much, but doesn't need to be by much, does it? Wow. Another mistake. And the dreaded fault on the first serve comes back to haunt Alessandro Calabucci. And that is well left. And now, Spoto and Giannotti have a couple of break-back points. It's been that sort of match where breaks of serve have been far more recurrent than holds. And every chance, another could be on the way. It's long, and it's another break. So the top seeds again, not allowing Calabucci and Garavini to get in front for too long. All square and 1 game all. Oh, that's super reactions. Not for the first time this afternoon from Nicholas Giannotti. Just getting the racket right in front of his face and then helping it on its way down the line. Fabulous point, put away in some style by Matthias Botte. Well, almost a bit of magic there from Alessandro Calbucci, but unable to get enough on this improvised backhand. Oh, magnificent from Marco Garavini. Got himself in the way of this fearsome overhead from Matthias Botte. Oh, wow, that is sloppy, to say the least, from the Italian Matthias Botte. Plenty to aim for. So a bit of pressure now. And it's long. So, relief for Matthias Botte and Nicolas Giannotti. The first holder serve for what feels like an age, actually. But they have it. And they lead 2-1 now, as you can see. Other matches ongoing elsewhere. All around the courts. Diego Bollettinari and Matteo Guagano trailing. Antonio Ramos and Michel Cappelletti. Tight match though, isn't it? This one out on court number 4. Another men's quarterfinal. 7-6-5-4 at the moment to Cappelletti and Vieira. Break his serve away from booking their place in tomorrow's semi-finals, but that could easily go to a match tie break. We shall see. Oh, not that though. You don't want to dump it in the net. Such an important first serve. So it's gifted the point to Cappelletti and Ramos. How's this first serve going to go? Caught the net cord, that was lucky. So it's tense down there on court number 4. Meanwhile on Central, we are on serve, if you can call it that, with so many breaks to serve. Oh, I'll tell you what, man, it's a late call from Spoto, and it wasn't a good one. That's just landed in, I think. Giannotti was on his way back to meet this one, and he left it upon instruction from his partner. He might be feeling a bit sheepish after that. That's definitely out there from Marco Garavini. Well, there you go, look at this. It is potentially a match point here for Cappelletti and Ramos over on court 4. We're going to stay with it. Oh, goodness me, though, what a point that was on Central. Wonderful defensive work from Spoto, who gave it everything and then some. Look at that. Dive there. And there. And in the end, Garavini had to take it at the third attempt. By the way, Cappelletti and Ramos did not take that match point on court 4 against Squigano and Bolotinari. So it's 5 games all their second set. Ramos and Cappelletti, though, taking the first set on the tie break. 7 points to 3. But that is a tight one on court 4. So it's a deciding point. Might not be as dramatic as the point over on court 4, which was a potential match point for Cappelletti and Ramos, but it still has huge implications, this. Spoto and Giannotti, if they win it, they'll back up the break. The set in 3-1, they'll be leading and feeling very confident. But if Garavini can hold here, likewise, they're full on that right back in it, the Italians. Oh, that is a stunning point. Well, Nicolas Giannotti's reaction, I think, mirrors everyone's. What happened there? I mean, all 4 players, magnificent. The net cord came into play on many occasions. And in the end, it was a net cord that actually had the deciding factor, because when Giannotti caught it with that overhead, it completely flummoxed Alessandro Calbucci. And when all is said and done, that is a break of serve for Spoto and Giannotti. They lead a set and 3-1. Calmly done there from Nicholas Giannotti. On the whole, he's been extremely good in these pressure situations. It's just his serving that's been baffling this afternoon. But both he and Spotto have played the key points very well indeed, hence the scoreline at the moment.
Vai, Nico! Vamos! Prende aqui. Very 15. Nico!
So, how big that deciding point now feels in the previous game. Giannotti and Spotto, I beg your pardon, won after that lengthy rally. Because Giannotti has held serve, and now they are in complete control of this quarterfinal, leading Calbucci and Garavani by a set and 4-1.
Hoje às 19 horas na tenda do Players Lounge temos o imperdível Players Sunset. Vai haver roda de samba, cocktails e música para todos os atletas relaxarem, celebrarem mais um dia de torneio.
So court 4, you see that on your right-hand side. What a quarter-final that is. Capellotti and Ramos leading by a set and 6-5, 15-30 as well at the moment on the Bolin serve. We'll come back to that in a few moments, I'm sure. In the meantime, good start by Marco Garavini with that overhead. They are very much now in the realms of has to hold and got to start getting a run going quickly. That's not going to help. A misjudgment from the two Italians. Bit of a miss hit as well, maybe, from Giannotti. But away next door, court for Bollettinari and Guagano have a point to take it to another tie-break against Capelletti and Ramos. That's where we're going. So, next door, just to remind you, that quarter-final, the epic. Bollettinari and Guagano up against Capelletti and Ramos. 7-6 the first set to Capelletti and Ramos. But it's a second set tie-break going on over there now. It's looking unlikely that there's going to be any tie breaks in this match because Calbucci and Garavini are now in big trouble. Trailing by a set and 5-1 against the top seeds, Mattia Spoto and Nicholas Gianotti. Every chance this match, which started before the second set started of the match I was mentioning on court 4, could well finish before that one does. So Spoto serving for the match. Goodness me. And that is why they are the best in the world. They're 5-1 up. This was a good return from Calbucci, but Spoto did not let that point go. Threw himself down in the hope that Garavini might fluff the overhead, and he did just that. So 2 points away then from victory. So, brilliant overhead from Spoto, and now here are the match points. Not there yet. Good return from Calbucci there. And they're still not there. Deciding point. Can Calbucci and Garavini keep their slim hopes alive? They certainly can. Not going down without a fight, the two Italians. And they close it to 5-2. Spoto's serve is broken, despite leading 40-15. But still, a lot to do here, Calbucci and Garavini, but they have at least given themselves a chance. And the last thing Marco Gainbridge needs is another first point going astray. No time for that to happen. And that is absolutely desperate. That is 2 cheap points. Gianotti and Spotto are halfway to the semi-finals in this game and haven't had to hit the ball. That's better though from Gainbridge. Won't be any panic stations yet for Gianotti and Spotto, but there might be if this goes to 5-3 and Gianotti has another shaky service game. It's still a long way off, and they are leading still, but they're not over the line yet. And that has just found the net. And here we are again. It's 3 more match points for Gianotti and Spotto. They couldn't take any of the 3 when Spotto was serving. Can they take one of these now that Gainbridge is serving? Oh, it's gone long. Well, he went big, Gainbridge, but unfortunately it was too long. And it's another win for Matthias Spotto and Nicholas Gianotti. They are the top seeds here, and although not at their very best in this match, always did enough to keep Calbucci and Gainbridge at arm's length. In fairness to the 2 Italians, they've had a long day. They had that big win against Birmingham and Vion earlier on, and that maybe took a little out of them. But whilst we see those 4 players head off, we can't help but go to court 4, can we? Let's have a look here quickly, see what's going on. Oh, we're going to be going to a match tie break in this epic quarter-final between Diego Bollettinari and Matteo Guagano and Antonio Ramos and Michel Capelletti. That match, by the way, a couple of minutes shine out of 2 hours. But the semi-finals beginning to take shape across the men's and the women's events. And just to remind you as well, tomorrow from 10 AM local time, the semi-finals will be underway across centre court and court number 2. And then the finals themselves on central court tomorrow afternoon. We will, of course, have all of the action on court central here in Matosinhos.
É isso aí, Evandro Rufino, Matias Poto, Nicolas Gianotti estão na semifinal aqui do Sand Series Matosinhos em Portugal. Spoto, confronto de quartas aí, talvez inesperado, mas que bom que aconteceu. Eu queria saber de você como que foi encarar Calbucci e Gainbridge, que acho que quando você começou a jogar, eles já tinham muitos e muitos títulos.
It's one of those matches, isn't it, as well, at the moment at court 4, as we hear the interviews with Matteo Spotto and Nicolas Gianotti, that we can't take our eyes off. But it does look like they are going to be going into a match tie-break decider on court 4, so we'll let that get underway, and I'll get out of the way of this interview. And just to say, we'll see you tomorrow, 10 AM local time, for the semi-finals and the finals here at the Matosinhos Sand Series Tennis. For myself, Mark Valdi, for now, it is goodbye.
Mas tudo encaminha aí para Baran e Locke.
Sim, se a gente jogar contra eles, sabemos que vai ser difícil. A gente jogou contra eles em Brasília, mas a gente sabe que que ganhar primeiro set não é ganhar jogo. Então vamos ver e depois vamos se adaptar contra a dupla que a gente vai jogar. Vai ser grande desafio, uma grande semi com certeza, que vale muito pontos. Então vamos dar tudo. Hoje foi dia bem cansativo, contra eles em um momento, início do segundo, eu tinha as pernas 3 vezes maior. Eu nunca fiz tão quilômetros na quadra, para mim, para nós, nosso jogo é estranho, então vamos descansar um pouquinho, tentar dormir e de novo pode ser jogar contra 2 gigantes amanhã de novo.
É isso então. Bom descanso para vocês, nos vemos amanhã. Vou liberar o Espoto porque ele quer correr para ver o Diego Bolettinari em quadra. Atualiza o pessoal quanto é que tá aí, daí o Espoto já vê quanto é que tá também, Evandro.
pouco dos intervenientes está a jogar ainda masculino. E a partir das 7 da tarde vamos ter no Players Lounge o Players Sunset. Com muita música, roda de samba, porco dos espetos, cocktails, momento para relaxar em mais um dia de prova.
Stiamo spingendo di rovescio. Dai, andiamo a vinto, dai!